In the stillness of a continent, long before independence, before revolution, before the world turned upside down, there came a silence more powerful than any roar of cannon or cry of battle. It was the silence that follows the end of war. The year is 1763, and across the vast forests and rivers of North America, the guns have finally gone quiet. For 7 bitter, blood-soaked years, empires clashed in a titanic struggle now known as the French and Indian War. It was not only European armies that bled into the soil, it was colonists too. Farmers left their fields behind to fight. Young men from Massachusetts, New York, Virginia had stood shoulder to shoulder with British regulars, defending what they believed was their rightful land. They fought for security, for territory, for the future. They did not know they were planting the first seeds of revolution with every step they marched, every shot they fired. Victory came at a cost more devastating than any loss. Britain emerged triumphant, its flag flying from the icy cliffs of Quebec to the sugar shores of the Caribbean. France, defeated, ceded its North American claims. The colonial map was redrawn, yet beneath the triumphant red lines lay a restless, unruly truth. The colonies, 13 distinct, diverse communities stretching along the Atlantic coast, had changed. Their men had learned to fight. Their leaders had learned to organize. They had bled beside redcoats, but they had also grown weary of deference. The war had not just scarred the land, it had awakened ambition. In London, victory tasted hollow. Chancellor of the Exchequer George Grenville sat in his office surrounded by numbers that told an unrelenting tale. The British Empire was drowning in debt. £70 million gone in the pursuit of victory, double the pre-war national debt. Interest alone consumed half the government's revenue, and now an empire must be paid for. Tens of thousands of troops remained stationed in North America, their presence a reminder that peace, too, had its price. The king's ministers turned their gaze westward, across a cold, uncertain sea, and they saw not just colonies, but ledgers waiting to be balanced. But the colonists saw something very different. In the smoky taverns of Virginia, men lifted mugs and dreamed of land newly cleared of French flags. In the bustling ports of Massachusetts, merchants eyed the future with calculations and confidence. The blood they'd shed, the taxes they'd paid, the sacrifices made. Surely now the continent would open to them. The Ohio Valley stretched like a promise beyond the Appalachian Mountains. That land, rich and waiting, was the unspoken reward. They had earned it, or so they believed. But the ink on the Treaty of Paris had barely dried when the proclamation came down like a curtain of iron. King George III issued the Proclamation of 1763 with the stroke of a pen. It forbade settlement west of the Appalachians. The very land that had been fought for, that families had died for, was declared off-limits, reserved for native tribes, many of whom had allied with the French. To the Crown, it was a practical move, to avoid further conflict and stabilize the frontier. To the colonists, it was betrayal. A betrayal not just of effort, but of identity. Veterans expecting land grants received instead a cold refusal. Speculators who had invested in Western lands found their titles suddenly meaningless. Like smoke, their futures dissipated. From the tidy rooms of Parliament, it all seemed so reasonable. From the muddy roads of Pennsylvania, it looked like a wall. And so it began. Not with rifles, not with revolution, but with confusion, with frustration, with the slow realization that something had changed in the relationship between Britain and her colonies. The Crown saw children. The colonists felt they were becoming something else. They had fought not just to defend British interests, but to define their own. And now they faced a truth more unsettling than war, that even in peace, they were not free. In the minds of ordinary people, quiet questions took shape. If the Crown could forbid settlement, what else could it forbid? If Parliament could impose rules on a distant continent without so much as a voice from the people living there, what power did the colonies truly possess? In the countryside and cities alike, beneath the calm surface of daily life, the first faint cracks had begun to appear. No one called it revolution, not yet. But in the quiet, in the spaces between law and loyalty, the idea of America was stirring. It was not yet a nation. It was not even a movement. It was a mood, a shift, a slow, gathering current beneath the floorboards of empire. And so, the first chapter does not end with gunfire, but with silence, the kind of silence that comes before the storm, the kind of silence where everything is still, yet nothing is settled. No one saw it coming, not like this. After the smoke of war cleared, and the empire counted its dead, a new struggle crept in, quieter than musket fire, but more enduring. The British had won the land, yes, but now they needed to hold it, protect it, and above all, pay for it. In London, ministers stared down a staggering debt and saw only one way to make sense of the balance sheet. The colonies, they reasoned, had benefited most from the war. They had been defended. They had been secured. They had been shielded from the French and their native allies. Now it was time for them to help carry the burden of empire. It was time, Grenville and others believed, for the colonies to pay their fair share. But fair is a matter of perspective. What looked like logic in the halls of Parliament felt like insult in the streets of Boston, the farms of Virginia, the shipyards of Philadelphia. It began with sugar. The Sugar Act of 1764 was no fiery declaration, just a revision, an adjustment, a tightening of import duties on molasses and other luxuries. A small thing, they said, a sensible measure, but those who lived by trade knew better. For generations, colonial merchants had worked within a flexible system, one where rules bent in quiet backrooms, where a few coins in the right hands opened doors and customs officers turned blind eyes. Smuggling wasn't scandalous, it was ordinary, it was survival. The British system, so distant and abstract, had always left room for local reality, but now the rules hardened. The Sugar Act was enforced, not just passed. New customs agents arrived, British patrols increased, loopholes closed, paperwork tightened. What once passed with a wink now faced inspection under law. And as London counted every barrel of molasses, colonists began counting every infringement on their autonomy. The revenue wasn't the real issue. It was the principle, this creeping intrusion, this shift from partners in prosperity to subjects under scrutiny. Still, the people murmured but did not rise. They adjusted, they grumbled, they hoped perhaps the tide would pass. But then came the next wave, and it was not gentle. The Stamp Act of 1765 was not limited to merchants or the elite. It reached everyone. Every man who bought a newspaper, every woman who secured a marriage license, every lawyer drafting a will, every college student receiving a diploma. Each would now need to pay for a small piece of stamped paper, a stamp marking the approval of imperial authority, a symbol of distant rule made visible, tangible and undeniable. To those in Parliament, the logic seemed sound. The revenue would support the troops left in the colonies to protect the frontiers. Surely the people would understand the necessity. But the people did not see necessity. They saw violation. This was not trade. This was not regulation. This was direct taxation. Not a duty on goods brought into port, but a fee placed into the very centre of daily life. And worse still, there had been no vote, no voice, no representation. The cry rose swiftly and clearly, no taxation without representation. The phrase echoed through colonial assemblies, courtrooms, and coffee houses. In Virginia, a fiery young lawyer named Patrick Henry stood before the House of Burgesses and declared that Caesar had his Brutus, Charles had his Cromwell, and George III, if he overstepped, might also learn what happened to tyrants. The room erupted in chaos. Henry was accused of treason. He answered, "If this be treason, make the most of it." In Boston, Samuel Adams and others organised protest. Resistance took form. Effigies of tax collectors dangled from trees. Stamp distributors resigned their posts or fled under cover of night. Some were tarred, feathered, and paraded through streets, living warnings to any who might enforce the king's law. But the rebellion was not only in the streets. In taverns and meeting halls, colonial leaders gathered. Merchants organised boycotts. Consumers pledged to buy only local goods. Newspapers printed essays invoking ancient rights of Englishmen and the long shadow of the Magna Carta. Everywhere, the people asked, if the Crown can tax without consent, what can it not do? In London, confusion mounted. How had a modest tax stirred such fury? Ministers offered a theory: virtual representation. Though colonists had no seats in Parliament, British lawmakers claimed to represent the entire empire. Each member of the House of Commons, they argued, spoke for all subjects, wherever they lived. But to the colonists, this was no representation at all. Virtual representation, said Benjamin Franklin, was like virtual bread to a starving man, useless in every way that mattered, and so the divide widened, not merely over pennies or policies, but over principles. Who held the right to govern? Who gave consent? Could people born under monarchy ever expect to shape their own destiny? The Stamp Act brought these questions to life, and in challenging it, the colonies found something unexpected: unity. For the first time, representatives from across the provinces met together in what became known as the Stamp Act Congress. They drafted petitions, not as rebels, but as loyal subjects pleading for justice. They did not yet speak of independence, but they spoke together. Meanwhile, the quartering of British troops added further fuel. In New York and other cities, citizens were told to house soldiers, to feed them, to provide rum and candles and beds. Not in wartime, in peace. It was a demand that cut deep, into pocketbooks, into privacy, into the belief that one's home was sacred. The memory of British soldiers walking colonial streets in red coats would not soon be forgotten. To many, it looked less like protection and more like occupation. By the time Parliament repealed the Stamp Act in 1766, bowing to pressure from British merchants hurt by colonial boycotts, it was too late to undo what had been set in motion. The colonists rejoiced, yes, bells rang, cannons fired, but something had changed. Celebration was tempered by caution, by suspicion. On the same day the Stamp Act fell, Parliament passed the Declaratory Act, stating it still held full authority to make laws in all cases whatsoever. The threat had not vanished. It had only shifted its shape. The storm had not yet broken, but the sky was darkening. The people had tasted power. They had organised. They had resisted. And though they still called themselves loyal British subjects, a quiet realisation was beginning to dawn, that perhaps the distance between subject and citizen was not just one of geography. Perhaps it was a matter of rights, of dignity, of destiny. The empire had asked for revenue. What it had awakened instead was a people beginning to dream of freedom. It started with whispers in taverns, murmurs in the markets, questions posed quietly in churches and town meetings. Could the colonies stand up to the empire? Should they even try? The repeal of the Stamp Act had not brought peace. It had brought a pause, a fragile silence, like the hush before thunder. Parliament's Declaratory Act still hung over the colonies like a drawn sword, a reminder that London believed its authority to be absolute. The people, though relieved, were not reassured. They had seen what the Crown could do. They had felt the pressure of taxes without representation, of soldiers without invitation, and though the Stamp Act was gone, the memory of it lingered raw and unresolved. The next move came in the form of new laws, new duties, new burdens. In 1767, Parliament passed the Townshend Acts, named for Chancellor Charles Townshend, who believed he had found a clever way to tax the colonies without reigniting their fury. Rather than direct taxes, these were import duties on goods the colonists could not do without. Glass, lead, paint, paper, and above all tea. To London, it was a reasonable compromise. To the colonies, it was more of the same. Taxation without consent, dressed in different clothing. And worse still, the revenue would no longer be controlled by colonial assemblies. It would go directly to pay royal governors and judges, shielding them from local influence and leaving colonists with even less control over their affairs. Once again, outrage began to spread. But this time, something had changed. The people were not starting from scratch. They had learned from the Stamp Act crisis. They had built networks, sharpened arguments, found their voices. And now, they were ready to use them. In Boston, the center of the growing resistance, a new organization took form, born in shadows, fed by frustration, and sustained by the will to defy. They called themselves the Sons of Liberty. Their name, borrowed from a speech in Parliament praising the colonists' defense of their rights, became a banner under which action was no longer merely protest. It was resistance. The Sons of Liberty were not a single group, but a movement, a network that spread through the colonies like fire across dry grass. In taverns and printing shops they plotted. In public squares they acted. Their symbols were bold, effigies hanging from trees, bonfires lit in defiance, placards nailed to doors. Their tactics ranged from persuasive to brutal, organizing boycotts, publishing pamphlets, and at times enforcing their cause with tar, feathers, and broken windows. To the authorities, they were dangerous radicals. To their supporters, they were patriots, defenders of liberty in a world slipping further into tyranny. They understood the power of spectacle. Public acts of resistance stirred the imagination and rallied the uncertain. When stamp agents resigned, it was not enough that they quit. They had to do so in full view, under pressure, with crowds watching and cheering. When merchants refused to sign non-importation agreements, their names were published and their businesses shunned. The message was clear. In this struggle, neutrality was no longer an option. But the movement was not just built by men. As the streets filled with protest, the homes and hearths of the colonies became their own kind of battleground. The Daughters of Liberty emerged, not with drums or slogans, but with spinning wheels and looms. They held spinning bees, gatherings where women wove homespun cloth, replacing British imports with fabrics made by their own hands. In drawing rooms once decorated with London goods, tea made from local herbs replaced the taxed leaf. Clothing became political. A simple homespun dress was no longer just modest, it was a statement. Every stitch carried defiance. Women took on new roles, not just in resisting British goods, but in shaping colonial society. They organised, they wrote, they taught their children that liberty was worth sacrifice. In some towns, they monitored shops and called out those who bought British imports. They became the eyes and ears of the resistance, turning domestic life into a theatre of revolution. The battle for hearts and minds was being fought, not just in assemblies and protests, but in kitchens and on doorsteps. And through it all, the colonial press played its part. Newspapers printed essays that laid out the constitutional case for resistance, invoking not only British rights, but natural rights, ideas that traced their lineage back to Locke and beyond. Writers signed with names drawn from Roman history, cloaking themselves in ancient courage. Names like Cato, Brutus, and Publius appeared beside arguments that questioned the very foundations of imperial rule. These were not fringe voices. They were merchants, lawyers, farmers, teachers, ordinary people who now dared to imagine something extraordinary. At the same time, colonial legislatures pushed back. In Massachusetts, the Assembly sent out a circular letter condemning the Townshend Acts and calling for unity among the colonies. When Parliament demanded that the letter be rescinded, the Assembly refused. British troops were dispatched to Boston to enforce order, a city that now bristled with resentment. Redcoats marched through its streets, not to defend from foreign threats, but to remind the people who held power. The presence of armed soldiers in times of peace was a bitter insult. Tempers flared, confrontations grew common. What began as a tax dispute had become something else entirely, a collision between two visions of governance. By the end of 1769, non-importation agreements had taken hold across the colonies. British merchants began to feel the sting. Exports to America dropped. Businessmen in London, once indifferent, now wrote letters urging Parliament to reconsider. The colonies, they argued, were not rebels. They were customers, and unhappy customers stopped buying. The pressure worked. In 1770, most of the Townshend duties were repealed. Most, but not all. One tax remained, the tax on tea. It was a small sum, almost symbolic, but it was the symbol that mattered most. To leave it in place was to insist that Parliament still held the right to tax the colonies however and whenever it pleased. To the colonists, it was a quiet threat, soft in tone but firm in principle. And in the years that followed, it would prove to be the spark that ignited the flame. For now, though, the people had found their strength. They had built their networks. They had practiced resistance. They had begun to imagine themselves not as scattered subjects of a distant king, but as something more unified, more deliberate, more powerful than they had ever dared to believe. From city to city, colony to colony, the names of the sons and daughters of liberty echoed in the wind. Behind closed doors and beneath open skies, ordinary people planned extraordinary things. They did not yet know how far the road would go, or how steep the climb would be, but they were walking it, together, and with every step, they came closer to the idea, still fragile, still unfinished, that the future might be theirs to shape. It happened quickly, and yet it had been building for years. On a cold night in early March of 1770, snow lay piled on Boston's narrow streets. The moon hung low, casting a silver light on the cobblestones. Voices echoed off brick walls. Voices raised in argument, in defiance, in the kind of frustration that smoulders quietly for years before finding its voice. A British sentry stood guard outside the Custom House, his red coat stiff in the frigid air, his musket held tight in cold hands. A group of boys began hurling insults, one threw snow, another followed with a chunk of ice. The guard called for help, bells rang out, more redcoats appeared. The crowd swelled. Men and women leaned from windows. Apprentices left workshops. Sailors came from taverns. The crowd grew restless, packed close and heaving with tension. Words gave way to projectiles. Snowballs flew. A stick, then a rock. One soldier was knocked to the ground. Amid the chaos, a voice, still debated, still uncertain, shouted a single word. Fire! No one knows who said it. Perhaps a panicked soldier. Perhaps no one at all. But the command, once spoken, could not be recalled. Muskets cracked in the night. Smoke hung in the air. When the noise faded, 5 colonists lay dead or dying in the snow. Among them was Crispus Attucks, a man of African and native descent, a dock worker who had stood at the front. Blood soaked the ground, and the Empire could not take it back. In the days that followed, Boston roiled with fury and grief. The city was already tense. British soldiers had been stationed there for over a year, sent to enforce order after the resistance to the Townshend Acts. Their presence had changed everything. Where once children played, soldiers now drilled. Where neighbours once greeted each other, now patrols passed, boots echoing on brick. Barracks were crowded. Jobs grew scarce. British troops worked for pay far lower than the locals, and resentment bubbled over daily. Arguments turned to scuffles, scuffles to riots. The streets were thick with anger long before a musket was fired. But now, with blood on the stones and the dead in their graves, that anger gained a new purpose. Samuel Adams, already one of the most influential voices in Boston, saw what had happened as more than a tragedy. He saw it as an opportunity to rally not just the city, but the continent. Within days, he and others published accounts of the shooting, carefully curated to stir emotion, to shape public memory. Paul Revere, silversmith and patriot, engraved an image that would become iconic. British soldiers in formation, firing into an unarmed crowd, their officer signalling the volley. It was not precise journalism, but it was effective storytelling. The image spread through the colonies like wildfire, appearing in papers, posted in shop windows, discussed in every corner of the country. They called it the Boston Massacre, and though only 5 men had died, the emotional impact was immense. It was not a battle, it was a warning, a sign that the Empire would use force to impose its will, and for many who had watched the rising tension with caution, who had wondered if resistance was too radical, the deaths in Boston provided a grim answer. They saw not just a clash between civilians and soldiers, but a reflection of the deeper struggle to come. Still, cooler heads prevailed. For the moment, the British soldiers involved were arrested and put on trial. In an unexpected twist, John Adams, cousin to Samuel and a man of deep principle, agreed to defend them in court. He believed that law must stand even when passions ran high, that justice must be blind, or it was nothing at all. His defense was measured, careful, and it worked. Most of the soldiers were acquitted. 2 were convicted of manslaughter. They were branded on their thumbs and released. Adams would later write that the case was one of the most important of his life. In defending those soldiers, he had defended something larger, the idea that even in moments of crisis, the law must endure. But the scars left by that night did not heal. They hardened. The British, sensing the danger, withdrew their troops from the city soon after the trial. Boston breathed easier, but the damage had been done. Trust, once strained, was now shattered. The idea of the colonies and the Crown as partners under one banner felt increasingly hollow. What kind of partnership sent armed troops into quiet cities? What kind of loyalty was asked of a people who could be shot in the street for shouting? And yet, for a few years, things grew quiet. Parliament had repealed most of the Townshend duties in an effort to ease tensions. Only the tax on tea remained, a symbol more than a financial measure, a reminder that authority still rested in London. Colonists resumed their daily lives, but always with one eye on the horizon. The Sons of Liberty did not disband. The committees of correspondence, which had begun to share news between towns and provinces, continued to grow. Resistance had gone underground, but it had not gone away. In the countryside, farmers spoke of the massacre with anger and unease. In port cities, merchants worried about what might come next. Churches preached of liberty and vigilance, and children, born into a world already tense with imperial pressure, heard stories of snow, smoke, and gunfire, and understood from an early age that the world around them was changing. The Boston Massacre was not a beginning, and it was not an end. It was a spark, a moment when fear gave way to fury, when a city long accustomed to protest learned what happened when muskets answered voices. The men who died that night, Attucks, Grey, Caldwell, Maverick, Carr, would be remembered not as casualties of an accident, but as martyrs to a cause still taking shape. Their blood marked a turning point. The question now was not whether change was coming, it was how far it would go and who would pay the price. The colonies had not yet chosen revolution, but they had seen the cost of submission, and from that night forward, nothing would ever feel quite the same again. It began with tea. Not gunpowder, not rifles, not declarations. Tea. Something so ordinary, so woven into the daily fabric of colonial life that it might seem laughable to future generations that an empire and a rebellion could collide over it. But by 1773, tea was no longer just a drink. It had become a symbol, a signal, a line drawn in the sand, and the British government, either unaware or uncaring of what it represented in the colonies, made a decision that would tilt the balance once and for all. The East India Company, once the jewel of British commerce, now sat drowning in unsold tea, millions of pounds of it stacked in warehouses, spoiling, its value falling by the day. Years of mismanagement, war, and colonial boycotts had brought the mighty company to its knees, and yet it was too important to fail. It wasn't just a business, it was an extension of imperial power, operating as both merchant and governor across the world. If the East India Company fell, the empire itself could tremble. Parliament's solution was the Tea Act of 1773. On paper, it looked like a concession. The company would be allowed to ship tea directly to the colonies, bypassing middlemen and cutting the price significantly. Even with the existing tax, the tea would be cheaper than smuggled Dutch varieties. The colonists would get lower prices. The company would unload its cargo. Everyone would win. But the colonists did not see a bargain. They saw a trap. The cheaper tea came with strings attached. It carried within it the acceptance of Parliament's right to tax without consent. To buy the tea was to admit that Britain could impose duties at will. It was a test, not of taste or price, but of principle. The tax was still there, staring back from the cargo holds of British ships. And the colonists had not forgotten. They had not forgiven. They understood what was being offered, a cup of tea sweetened with surrender. In port cities up and down the coast, the reaction was swift. Committees of correspondence rallied, passing resolutions that declared any man who unloaded, sold, or drank the tea to be an enemy of liberty. In Philadelphia, New York, Charleston, and Boston, crowds gathered at the docks. Ships carrying East India Company tea were turned away, sent back across the Atlantic before they could drop anchor. In Charleston, the tea was seized and locked away in warehouses where it would never be sold. But in Boston, things played out differently. The ships arrived, 3 of them, the Dartmouth, the Eleanor, and the Beaver. And Governor Thomas Hutchinson, a man tied closely to British interests and colonial resentment alike, refused to let them leave. The ships would not be sent back. The cargo would not be removed. The tea would be unloaded, and the tax would be paid, one way or another. For nearly 3 weeks, Bostonians pleaded, petitioned, protested. Town meetings swelled with furious citizens. Merchants, dock workers, farmers, men from every walk of life crowded into Faneuil Hall, an Old South meeting house. Samuel Adams stood before them, his voice rising above the noise, urging unity, urging resistance. Delegates were sent to speak with the governor to demand that the ships be allowed to leave without unloading. Hutchinson would not yield. The deadline loomed. Under colonial law, if a ship remained in harbour too long without unloading, its cargo could be seized and sold. December 16th marked the final day. That night, the air in Boston was cold and thick with expectation. Thousands gathered around the Old South meeting house as the final attempt to persuade the governor failed. When the news arrived that Hutchinson would not back down, a silence fell. Then a voice, clear and calm, cut through the hush. This meeting can do nothing more to save the country. A signal, a sentence that would echo through history. Outside, a group of men moved with purpose. Some were dressed in Mohawk disguises, part symbolism, part anonymity. They moved quickly, silently, toward Griffin's Wharf. There, the 3 ships waited, dark against the water. Guards were posted, but no resistance came. The men boarded without violence. They broke open the wooden chests, 342 in total, and heaved the contents overboard. The harbour churned with tea leaves, darkening the water, steeping it in defiance. Onlookers stood in silence. There were no cheers, no riots, no drunken outbursts. This was not a mob. It was a message. The act was deliberate, disciplined, and total. Not a single crate was stolen. Not a single man was injured. And by morning, the harbour smelled faintly of tea, and the world had changed. Word of the event spread like lightning. Across the colonies, people whispered of Boston's boldness. Some praised it as a righteous blow against tyranny. Others feared the consequences that would surely follow. In London, the reaction was swift and brutal. Parliament saw not a protest, but an act of destruction, rebellion dressed in feathers and night. The king was furious. The empire would not tolerate open defiance, and so came the coercive acts, called by the colonists the Intolerable Acts, a series of laws aimed not just at punishment, but at submission. Boston's port was closed until the tea was paid for, its economy, its lifeblood, strangled by blockade. The city's charter was altered, town meetings were restricted. British officials could now be tried elsewhere, safe from colonial juries. A new quartering act allowed troops to be housed in private homes. The message was clear: you will obey or you will suffer. But rather than isolate Boston, the punishment united the colonies in ways no pamphlet ever could. Supplies poured in from other towns: grain, fish, money, firewood. What happened to Boston, they now believed, could happen anywhere. The people had stood against the empire, and the empire had shown its hand. Committees met, letters flew. Colonies that once eyed each other with suspicion now spoke of solidarity. Outrage sparked coordination. The groundwork was laid for what would soon become the First Continental Congress. What had begun with tea had revealed something deeper, a willingness to resist, not in bursts of anger, but in organised, purposeful action. The British hoped to stamp out rebellion by isolating it. Instead, they had lit a fuse. And so, the Tea Party was more than a protest. It was a turning point. It transformed defiance into determination. It gave shape to a cause that until then had been scattered and unsure. It made the colonies look inward and find each other. They did not yet speak of independence, but they spoke of rights, of liberty, of the need to act together. The tea in Boston Harbour had sunk to the bottom, but its ripple would reach every shore. By the spring of 1774, the mood in the colonies had shifted from uneasy resistance to quiet, simmering fury. The punishment of Boston under the Coercive Acts had struck a nerve not only in Massachusetts, but across the 13 colonies. For many, the message was unmistakable. If Parliament could shut down a city, override its laws, alter its charter, and flood it with troops simply for resisting a tax on tea, then no colony was safe. What happened in Boston was no longer a local affair. It was a warning, a preview of what could come to any town, any farm, any family. And so, in the wake of Boston's suffering, something extraordinary began to take shape. An idea that the colonies, despite their differences in geography, religion, economy, and culture, could act as one. This idea was not born in a single flash of inspiration. It had been building slowly for years, in letters passed between committees of correspondence, in alliances forged during previous boycotts, in shared outrage over the deaths in Boston, and in common defiance of imperial overreach. But now, the urgency was undeniable. Leaders from across the colonies called for a general congress, a meeting of delegates who would speak not for one city or one province, but for all of British America. It was a bold step. Nothing like it had ever been done before, and yet, in the face of mounting threats, it felt not only necessary, it felt inevitable. In early September of 1774, men from 12 of the 13 colonies gathered in Philadelphia. Georgia, still heavily reliant on British military support against native attacks, held back for now. But the others came. Lawyers and merchants, planters and printers, veterans of past assemblies and new voices alike. They travelled hundreds of miles on horseback and by coach, through dusty roads and dense forests, through late summer heat and uncertain welcomes, all bound for the city where they would sit together as the First Continental Congress. The scene they found was both grand and humble. There were no official uniforms, no regal halls, no crowns or sceptres, just men in simple clothes, seated in Carpenter's Hall, surrounded by the scent of pine and ink, ready to discuss the fate of a continent. The diversity in the room was striking. From Massachusetts came John Adams, fiery, brilliant, and relentless in his belief that the colonies must stand firm. Beside him sat his cousin Samuel Adams, the master organizer and voice of Boston's resistance. From Virginia came Patrick Henry, whose words could light a room aflame, and George Washington, tall and reserved, his presence commanding even in silence. Pennsylvania sent the wise and worldly John Dickinson, known for his caution and intellect. New York, South Carolina, Maryland, New Jersey, they all sent men of stature and conviction, each carrying the hopes and fears of their people. And yet, for all their differences, they shared one thing: a belief that something had to change. Some still hoped for reconciliation. They spoke of loyalty to the Crown and the rights of Englishmen. They prayed that Parliament might see reason. Others, especially those from New England, had already begun to speak of more permanent solutions. But no matter where they stood on the spectrum between peace and protest, all agreed that unity was their greatest strength. Alone, they were vulnerable. Together, they could not be ignored. The Congress moved carefully, deliberately. They knew that every word spoken, every resolution passed, would echo across the colonies and across the Atlantic. They began by drafting a Declaration of Rights, asserting that the colonists were entitled to the same liberties as Englishmen in Britain. They rejected the authority of Parliament to legislate for them in matters of internal governance and taxation. They affirmed the right of colonial assemblies to control their own affairs. It was not a call for rebellion. It was a plea for justice, a declaration of principles, a warning wrapped in civility. Next came action. The delegates agreed to a non-importation agreement, pledging to boycott British goods starting in December. If their demands were not met, they would extend the boycott to include exports the following year. They formed the Continental Association, a body tasked with enforcing these measures across the colonies. Local committees were to be established to monitor trade, publish the names of violators, and ensure that the boycott was upheld by all. It was a form of economic resistance on a scale the world had never seen. An entire people refusing to participate in the empire's commerce until they were treated with fairness and respect. And finally, they planned for the future. A second Congress would be called the following year if grievances remained unresolved. They knew this was not the end. It was a beginning. And as the delegates returned to their homes, their heads filled with resolutions and hopes, their hearts heavy with uncertainty, they carried with them more than documents. They carried a sense of shared destiny. The colonies were no longer isolated provinces. They were becoming something else, something not yet named, but deeply felt. Back in Boston, the situation grew ever more tense. The port remained closed. Soldiers patrolled the streets. British General Thomas Gage, now acting as military governor, fortified the city and sought to tighten control. But the people did not submit. Instead, they began to prepare. Towns outside Boston began stockpiling weapons and powder. Militias trained in open fields. Men who had once fought as farmers and tradesmen now drilling with purpose. They called themselves Minutemen, ready to fight at a moment's notice. It was not just Boston's fight anymore. Across Massachusetts, and increasingly beyond, communities were organizing not just in resistance, but in expectation. Meanwhile, King George III and Parliament received word of the Congress and its demands. But rather than yield, they doubled down. They saw the Congress as illegitimate, its actions as rebellious. They viewed the colonists not as citizens with grievances, but as subjects daring to question royal authority. More troops were ordered to the colonies. More laws were prepared. The British government believed it could crush the spirit of resistance with force and fear. What they failed to understand was that the colonies had already changed. The flame of liberty, once faint, now burned openly. And though it still flickered, it had spread too far, too fast, to be easily extinguished. The First Continental Congress was not yet a government. It did not declare independence or call for war, but it did something just as powerful. It gave the colonies a voice, unified, articulate, and impossible to ignore. It proved that they could come together, reason together, and act together, and in doing so, it laid the foundation for what would come next. The drums of war had not yet sounded, but the silence between beats was growing shorter. Across the countryside, the people waited. The fields were quiet. The roads were calm. But something was coming. And now, for the first time, the colonies were ready to face it together. It began in silence, long before the sun rose over the still, cold fields of Massachusetts. The trees stood bare, the roads empty, and the houses slept in uneasy quiet. But beneath the frost-covered soil, something had taken root. For months, British troops had occupied Boston, and beyond the city's narrow streets, word had spread that General Thomas Gage, the military governor appointed by the Crown, was planning a decisive strike to crush the growing rebellion. His orders were clear: disarm the countryside, capture the ringleaders, and end the unrest before it could bloom into something more dangerous. The place he chose to strike was Concord, a small town nestled in the Massachusetts countryside, where colonial militias had quietly begun gathering muskets, gunpowder, and cannon shot, preparing not for war, but for the moment when war might come to them. But the people of Massachusetts were watching. They had built an intelligence network more effective than any army's scouts. Couriers rode daily between towns. Tavern keepers, farmers, blacksmiths, ministers, all kept their ears open. All played their part. So when British plans to march to Concord began to take shape, the alarm was already spreading before the first boot had left Boston. On the evening of April 18th, 1775, two riders slipped into the night. One was Paul Revere, the silversmith and activist who had become a familiar figure among Boston's resistance. The other was William Dawes, a quieter but no less determined messenger. Their mission was simple: warn the countryside. The British are coming, not as rumour, not as policy, but as red-coated soldiers, fully armed, marching under cover of darkness. Revere reached Lexington just before midnight. There he found Samuel Adams and John Hancock, two of the men Gage hoped to capture. They listened, nodded, and prepared to flee. The militia captain, John Parker, was roused from his sleep. He gathered his men, farmers, carpenters, fathers, sons. Some had guns, others borrowed them. Some had never fired a shot in anger. They stood together under the stars, uncertain but resolute. No one quite knew what would happen when the British arrived, but they knew they had to be there, to stand, to witness, to resist, if it came to that. Just before sunrise on April 19th, the British column, nearly 700 strong, reached the outskirts of Lexington. They had marched through the night, weighed down with packs and muskets, their breath rising in clouds. On the green stood about 70 militiamen, tired and nervous. Captain Parker is said to have told them, "Stand your ground, don't fire unless fired upon, but if they mean to have a war, let it begin here." The tension was unbearable. The two lines faced each other in silence. Then a single shot rang out. No one knows who fired it, British soldier, colonial farmer, or bystander. But that one shot shattered the world. Muskets erupted in smoke and fire. When the shooting stopped, 8 colonists lay dead, their blood soaking into the grass. The British pressed on toward Concord, but the news was spreading faster than they marched. Riders galloped down every road, church bells rang, muskets were pulled from mantles. Across the countryside, men dropped ploughs and picked up powder horns. Concord was ready. When the British arrived, they found the supplies largely gone, hidden by locals the night before. Searching farms and barns yielded little. They burned what they could, but their mission was already failing. And then came the next shock. American militias were forming on the hills beyond the town, watching, waiting. As the British turned to retreat, the real battle began. The long road back to Boston would become a gauntlet. Colonial fighters emerged from behind trees, stone walls, and fences, firing with deadly accuracy before vanishing back into the woods. They knew the land, they knew the trails and footpaths, and they had something the British did not, an understanding that this was their home. The retreat turned chaotic. Redcoats fell by the dozens. Officers struggled to maintain order. At one point, the entire column risked being overrun, saved only by reinforcements sent hastily from Boston. By the end of the day, nearly 300 British soldiers were dead, wounded, or missing. The colonial casualties were far fewer, but the emotional toll was incalculable. What had been feared, dreaded, and imagined for years had finally happened. Blood had been spilled between subjects and empire. And it was not the British who held the field. The colonial militias had not just stood up to the world's most powerful army, they had sent it retreating, and in doing so, they changed everything. News of the battles at Lexington and Concord spread faster than even the fastest riders could travel. By the next morning, thousands of militiamen were streaming toward Boston from New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Connecticut, and beyond. Within days, the British forces in Boston found themselves surrounded by a sea of colonial fighters. What began as a protest against taxes had become a siege. The countryside was in revolt. Roads were blocked. Supplies were intercepted. The city of Boston, the centre of British authority in New England, was effectively trapped. In the months that followed, militias transformed into a provisional army. Farmers became soldiers. Local leaders began drafting plans, organising supply lines, creating councils of war. The Second Continental Congress, already planned for May, took on new urgency. When the delegates gathered again in Philadelphia, they did so not as distant negotiators, but as representatives of a people already engaged in open conflict. and from among them, they chose George Washington of Virginia to lead this new army. His quiet strength, his experience in the French and Indian War, and his southern origin helped unify the colonies in a shared cause. But even as the colonies took up arms, they still spoke of loyalty to the crown. They sent the Olive Branch Petition to King George III, begging for reconciliation, offering peace if only their rights were respected. The king rejected it outright. He saw not subjects seeking justice, but rebels threatening order. He issued a proclamation declaring the colonies in open rebellion. He promised to crush it, and so the door to compromise began to close, slowly, painfully, but unmistakably. The Battle of Lexington and Concord had done more than start a war. It had stripped away illusions. It had shown that this was not just a matter of taxes or trade. It was a matter of control, of dignity, of freedom. The colonists were no longer petitioners. They were patriots, and they understood now that what lay ahead would not be swift or easy or certain, but it was necessary. For years they had spoken, written, protested, and pleaded. Now they fought, and in doing so, they crossed a line that could not be uncrossed. The road back to peace had vanished behind them. Ahead lay sacrifice, struggle, and a dream not yet fully formed, but fiercely believed. A dream of a land not ruled by kings, but governed by the people themselves. And though it had only just begun, the revolution was now undeniably real. By the summer of 1776, the air across the American colonies felt charged, thick with heat, thick with anticipation. For more than a year, open warfare had raged between colonial militias and British troops. The battles of Lexington and Concord had been followed by the bloody stand at Bunker Hill, where the Americans had shown both courage and vulnerability, repelling wave after wave of British assaults before running out of ammunition. The siege of Boston had finally ended in a rare American victory as General George Washington, newly appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, used captured artillery from Fort Ticonderoga to force the British to withdraw. And yet, despite the gunfire, despite the bodies buried beneath New England soil, the colonies had not formally declared what so many already believed. They were no longer just resisting British policy. They were resisting British rule. And in that resistance, something had shifted, quietly but irreversibly. The people no longer saw themselves as mere subjects defending their rights. They were beginning to see themselves as a new people entirely, not British, not provincial, but something else, something untried and unfinished, but unmistakably American. Still, the idea of independence was not universally welcomed. Many in the colonies held on to hope that reconciliation with the crown was possible. After all, these were men and women born under the Union Jack, who had sung God Save the King, who had fought in British uniforms and read British books and prayed in British churches. To sever that bond, to cast away the most powerful empire on earth, was a step so enormous, so final, that even its most passionate advocates felt the weight of it pressing on their chests. Yet as each British ship filled a colonial harbour, as each letter from King George rejected calls for compromise, and as more and more homes mourned sons lost in battles against red-coated troops, the possibility of peace began to feel like a ghost, familiar but no longer real. In January of 1776, a pamphlet appeared in Philadelphia, written by an Englishman who had only recently arrived in America, but already saw its future more clearly than many born upon its soil. His name was Thomas Paine, and his pamphlet was titled Common Sense. It was unlike anything the colonies had ever read. Bold, clear, and uncompromising, Paine did not argue for reconciliation. He argued for revolution. He dismissed the idea that kings were divinely appointed and rejected the notion that an island should rule a continent. He wrote in language not for elites, but for everyone: farmers, merchants, tradesmen, blacksmiths. Common Sense spread like wildfire, with over 100,000 copies sold within months, an astonishing figure in a population of barely 2 million. It did more than persuade. It gave the people the words to articulate what they already felt deep inside. that liberty was not something to be asked for, it was something to be taken. And so the Continental Congress, meeting again in Philadelphia, could no longer avoid the inevitable. The colonies had formed militias, created a currency, begun foreign diplomacy, and raised an army under a single command. They were already acting as a nation. The only thing left was to declare it. The proposal came from Virginia, carried by Richard Henry Lee, who stood before the Congress in June and moved that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states. The debate was fierce. Some delegates hesitated, worried about timing, about consequences, about the reaction of France or Spain. Others, especially those from New England, were ready to move forward, convinced that the time had come to cast off the chains of monarchy once and for all. While the debate continued, a committee was formed to draft a formal declaration. It included some of the brightest minds of the age: Benjamin Franklin of Pennsylvania, wise and worldly; John Adams of Massachusetts, brilliant and relentless; Roger Sherman of Connecticut, plain-spoken and principled; Robert Livingston of New York, cautious but committed. But the task of writing the document itself fell to a young Virginian with a poet's pen and a philosopher's soul, Thomas Jefferson. In a rented room, with only a few books for reference and the weight of history pressing down upon him, Jefferson wrote. He wrote, not in the language of politics, but of purpose. Not as a legal brief, but as a proclamation. He began not with complaints or accusations, but with principles. "We hold these truths to be self-evident," he wrote, "that all men are created equal." It was a sentence that would echo through centuries, defining the soul of a nation, even as it contradicted the world it described. For in a land where slavery still thrived and women held no vote, the words were not yet true, but they were a promise, a blueprint for what America might become, even if it was not yet. Jefferson laid out a long list of grievances against King George III, each one carefully chosen to show that the Crown had violated the social contract, the sacred bond between ruler and ruled. He accused the king of obstructing justice, dissolving legislatures, imposing taxes without consent, and maintaining standing armies in times of peace. He painted the monarchy not as a protector, but as a tyrant. The Declaration did not merely announce independence, it justified it. It was a letter of divorce, a manifesto, and a sacred vow all at once. On July 2nd, 1776, the Congress voted in favour of Lee's resolution. The colonies were now, officially, free and independent. But it was on July 4th, after edits and revisions, that the final Declaration of Independence was adopted and sent to the printer. That evening, as candles flickered in homes and taverns, few understood the full magnitude of what had just occurred. They had done what few in history had dared. They had announced to the world that a new nation was being born, one not built on royal bloodlines or ancient claims, but on an idea. The idea that government derives its power from the consent of the governed. Across the colonies, the news was met with celebrations. Bells rang, bonfires blazed. In Philadelphia, crowds cheered as the Declaration was read aloud for the first time. In New York, General Washington ordered it read to his troops, many of whom had no shoes, no pay, and no certainty of victory, but who now carried with them the words of a cause worth dying for. In towns and villages, people gathered to hear the words that would forever define them, not by accent or ancestry, but by shared belief. But even as the ink dried on parchment, British ships filled New York Harbour. Independence was not freedom. It was only the beginning of a long, brutal struggle to secure it. The colonies had declared themselves a nation. Now they would have to prove it. The war ahead would test every line, every promise, every hope woven into Jefferson's elegant prose. Yet for now, in the warmth of that July, the colonies could dream, not of empire, but of equality, not of subjects, but of citizens, not of kings, but of freedom. A nation had been imagined, and now it had been named. The ink on the Declaration of Independence had barely dried when reality came crashing in like a storm at sea. With lofty ideals now committed to parchment, the colonies, now calling themselves the United States of America, found themselves standing against the most powerful military force on earth, with no navy to speak of, a patchwork army, and a treasury nearly empty. The dream of liberty had been proclaimed to the world, but liberty itself was nowhere near guaranteed. It would be earned, not given, and the price would be steep. The British, humiliated by the colonial defiance, responded with overwhelming force. In the summer of 1776, a massive fleet of British warships arrived in New York Harbor, sails stretching across the horizon like a forest of white and grey. Nearly 30,000 soldiers, including thousands of German mercenaries known as Hessians, disembarked under the command of General William Howe. Their goal was simple: crush the rebellion quickly, capture key cities, and bring the colonies back under control before foreign nations could intervene. If the Declaration had been a spark, the arrival of this armada was the firestorm it ignited. The Continental Army, led by George Washington, had shifted south from Boston to New York to defend the critical port city, but they were outnumbered, outgunned, and inexperienced. In late August, the two forces clashed in the Battle of Long Island. It was a disaster for the Americans. Washington's men were flanked, overwhelmed, and forced into a desperate retreat. Had the British pressed their advantage, they might have captured Washington and crushed the entire rebellion before it had a chance to grow. But they hesitated. Washington seized the moment, slipping his army out of Brooklyn under cover of fog and silence, ferried across the East River in small boats. A miracle of timing and luck that saved the revolution from early death. The months that followed were some of the darkest of the entire war. Washington's army, battered and demoralized, was driven across New Jersey, pursued relentlessly by British forces. Men deserted. Supplies ran low. Towns once supportive of the cause began to waver, unsure if they had backed a dream too fragile to survive. Congress, frightened and uncertain, fled Philadelphia. It seemed as though the great experiment might end in a whimper, not a bang. The revolution was faltering. And yet, just when it appeared all might be lost, Washington struck. On Christmas night, 1776, while British and Hessian forces rested in the town of Trenton, New Jersey, celebrating the holiday and confident in their superior position, Washington led his army back across the icy Delaware River. The weather was brutal, the current strong. Men marched through snow with rags wrapped around their feet, pushing cannon through frozen mud. But they pushed forward, and at dawn, they attacked. The surprise was total. The Hessians were caught off guard, many still asleep. The battle was swift, and the victory absolute. Nearly 1,000 enemy soldiers were captured. Not a single American was killed in combat. For the first time in months, the tide had turned. The victory at Trenton was followed days later by another at Princeton, where Washington again outmaneuvered the British and struck a vulnerable outpost. Though these battles were small in scale, their impact was immense. They reignited hope. They proved the Continental Army could fight, could win. Morale soared, enlistments rose, and Washington, who had been doubted by some in Congress, emerged as the unquestioned leader of the American cause. His brilliance was not in triumph, but in endurance. He kept his army alive, and with it, the revolution. But the war was far from over. In 1777, the British launched a new strategy, hoping to sever New England from the rest of the colonies. General John Burgoyne marched south from Canada with thousands of troops, aiming to link up with other British forces in New York. But his campaign through the wilderness was slow and costly. American militia forces harassed his army at every turn. Roads were blocked, bridges destroyed, and supply lines cut. Burgoyne pressed on, finally reaching Saratoga, where he met determined resistance under American General Horatio Gates and a fierce, fearless young commander named Benedict Arnold. After weeks of battle, Burgoyne's army was surrounded. On October 17th, 1777, he surrendered, an event that shocked the world and changed everything. The victory at Saratoga did more than boost American confidence. It convinced France, long watching the conflict from a distance, to formally recognize the United States and join the war against Britain. Spain and the Dutch Republic would follow. What had once been a colonial rebellion was now a global war. British resources were stretched thin. Battles raged not just in America, but in the Caribbean, in India, and on the high seas. The revolution, once isolated and improbable, had become the central conflict of its age. Yet, even with foreign support, hardship never left the American cause. Nowhere was this more evident than in the winter of 1777 to 1778, when Washington and his army camped at Valley Forge. The conditions were brutal: bitter cold, food shortages, disease. Thousands of soldiers went without shoes, their feet wrapped in cloth, leaving bloody footprints in the snow. Death was a daily companion. But something else happened at Valley Forge. Something quiet but transformative. The army was trained. A Prussian officer named Baron Friedrich von Steuben arrived and took on the task of drilling the ragtag army into a disciplined force. He taught them how to march, how to fight as a unit, how to stand against the seasoned British infantry. And slowly, painfully, the Continental Army became something new. Not just a collection of militias, but a professional fighting force. When spring arrived and they marched out of Valley Forge, they were not the same men who had limped in months before. They were stronger, sharper, united by shared suffering and renewed purpose. Across the country, the war continued in waves. Cities like Philadelphia, Charleston, and Savannah fell to the British, only to be reclaimed or abandoned. The fighting moved south, where British commanders believed Loyalist support would be stronger. The war there grew more vicious. Guerrilla warfare, scorched earth, neighbour against neighbour. In places like the Carolinas and Georgia, the line between soldier and civilian blurred. Farms were burned, towns raided, allegiances tested by fire and fear. Even within the American camp, betrayal threatened. In 1780, the hero of Saratoga, Benedict Arnold, angered by perceived slights and lured by British promises, plotted to surrender the fortress at West Point. The plot was discovered. Arnold fled to the British side. The betrayal stunned the nation, yet the cause held firm. The revolution, though battered by war, weather, politics, and treachery, endured, always enduring. That became its strength. By the time 1781 arrived, the war had dragged on for 6 long years. 6 years of marching and mourning, of victories and defeats, of promises made and broken. Yet through it all, the dream held, the belief that something new could be born in place of what was. And though the end was not yet clear, every battle, every winter, every name etched into the rolls of the fallen had brought that dream closer to being real. America had not yet won, but it had refused to lose. And that, above all, meant that hope remained. By 1781, the war that had begun with muskets crackling on the village green of Lexington had stretched across an entire continent, leaving no colony untouched and no citizen unaffected. Years had passed since the first shot was fired, and what had once been a rebellion was now a relentless struggle for survival. The British, confident at the war's outset that they would swiftly quell the uprising, had found themselves mired in a conflict without clear borders, without firm alliances among the locals, and without a decisive strategy that could shatter the will of the American people. Every city they captured bled them dry. Every victory they claimed came at the cost of terrain they could not truly hold, against an enemy that refused to stand still or surrender. In the north, their efforts had stalled. New England and the Mid-Atlantic had been the early battlegrounds, but American resistance had proven resilient, especially after the victories at Saratoga and the transformation of Washington's army at Valley Forge. With their hopes of splitting the colonies and cutting off New England now dashed, British commanders turned their attention to the southern colonies. They believed the South, with its greater population of loyalists, might offer firmer ground. It was a calculated gamble, but one that would ultimately cost them the war. The Southern Campaign began with swift British victories. Savannah fell in 1778, followed by Charleston in 1780, one of the worst defeats for the American cause, where over 5,000 Continental troops were forced to surrender. It was a devastating blow. The British believed they had broken the back of the rebellion in the South, but what they failed to understand was that in the Carolinas and Georgia, the war would not be fought in conventional ways. There, it descended into a bitter, personal, brutal conflict. Militias sprang up, striking British outposts, ambushing patrols, disrupting supply lines, and vanishing into the woods. In places like Waxhaws, the violence became gruesome. Men slaughtered as they tried to surrender, vengeance replacing strategy. It became a civil war among neighbours, a war of shadows, raids, and scorched farms, where loyalty was questioned at gunpoint, and survival often depended on which flag you flew that morning. Into this chaos stepped a new generation of American leaders, rough, uncompromising, and forged by the land they fought for. Men like Nathanael Greene, the Rhode Island-born general who took command of the Southern Department after the losses at Charleston. Greene understood that he could not defeat the British in direct battle, so he didn't try. Instead, he led them on a relentless campaign of maneuver. His strategy was simple: wear them down, stretch their supply lines, force them to chase an enemy they could not catch, and bleed them until victory came through exhaustion. We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again, Greene wrote. And that's exactly what they did. Battles like Cowpens and Guilford Courthouse tested British resolve. At Cowpens, Daniel Morgan led American forces to a stunning tactical victory, trapping and crushing a British unit under Banastre Tarleton with a combination of cunning deception and ferocious resolve. At Guilford Courthouse, Greene's forces retreated after fierce fighting, but they left the British so badly battered that General Cornwallis, commanding British forces in the south, was forced to abandon the interior and head for the coast. His army, though still intact, was dwindling. His men were exhausted, sick and hungry, and so he made a fateful decision. He moved north, toward Virginia, seeking rest and reinforcement. He settled in the small tobacco port of Yorktown, believing he had found a defensible position, but in doing so, he walked straight into a trap. Washington had long dreamed of a decisive blow, a victory that would force the British to the negotiating table, and in the summer of 1781, he saw his opportunity, working with French allies, especially the Marquis de Lafayette and General Rochambeau. A daring plan was crafted. French Admiral de Grasse would bring his fleet north from the Caribbean and block the Chesapeake Bay. Washington would march his army south from New York, slipping away from British forces under General Clinton, and trap Cornwallis by land. It was a logistical gamble requiring precise timing, coordination across hundreds of miles, and secrecy. But it worked. In September, the French fleet arrived and drove off the British Navy at the Battle of the Capes, cutting off Cornwallis from the sea. At the same time, American and French troops, over 17,000 strong, surrounded Yorktown. Cornwallis was outnumbered and outmaneuvered. The siege began. Trenches were dug. Cannons roared day and night. French engineers directed precise artillery strikes. American gunners shelled British positions with relentless fury. Supply lines were cut. Disease and desperation took hold. On October 14th, in a bold nighttime assault, American forces stormed two key redoubts under a moonlit sky. Alexander Hamilton led one of the attacks, charging through musket fire and bayonet to seize a British fortification. The noose tightened. With no reinforcements in sight and no hope of escape, Cornwallis had only one option left. On October 19th, 1781, he surrendered. Nearly 8,000 British soldiers laid down their arms. The sight was staggering. Rank after rank of redcoats, muskets stacked, flags furled, marched into captivity, while American and French forces looked on in silence. Cornwallis himself, ashamed and defeated, refused to attend the surrender ceremony, sending his second-in-command instead. But the message was clear. The war was as good as over. News of the victory at Yorktown spread slowly, but with overwhelming impact. Across the colonies, church bells rang and crowds cheered. In taverns and homes, people wept, embraced, and dared to believe that their long fight might finally be ending. In Britain, the mood was very different. The cost of the war had been staggering. The people were weary. Parliament, stunned by the defeat, began to debate whether it was worth continuing. The king wanted to press on, but the will of the people and the purse was spent. Negotiations soon began. It would take nearly 2 years for a formal peace to be signed. Diplomats in Paris, Benjamin Franklin, John Jay, and John Adams among them, negotiated terms with British representatives. They were shrewd, patient, and determined. The resulting Treaty of Paris, signed in 1783, recognized the United States of America as a free and independent nation. Its borders were drawn from the Atlantic to the Mississippi River, from Canada to Florida. It was a triumph, not just of arms, but of endurance. After 8 years of war, America had done what few thought possible. It had defeated an empire. It had transformed from a collection of colonies into a nation. The cost had been enormous. Tens of thousands were dead or wounded. Cities lay in ruin. Economies were broken. Families had been torn apart. But the dream had survived. And in its survival, it gave birth to something the world had never truly seen before. A republic built not on lineage or monarchy, but on ideas, on liberty, on self-governance, on the belief that ordinary people could rule themselves. In fields once soaked with blood, crops would grow again. In towns once divided by war, debates over government, law, and constitution would begin. The hard part, the war, was over. But the harder task still lay ahead, building a country worthy of the sacrifice made to create it. Still, for the first time, the people of America could stand beneath a flag that was truly their own and say with conviction that they were free.